Hey folks, how you doing? This is a YouTube main event. Subscribe to our channel for full access to all of our Freeview stuff. Follow us on Twitter and download the app. Make sure you download the app. We're live every Wednesday and Sunday, and we travel the world filming with our channel members. Full access to all our, you know I'm doing this is new, isn't it? Full access to all our international shows is just $4.99 a month. You know, I mean, in most cases, that's less than the price of an average latte or cappuccino or whatever it is you drink. I'll be reading out and chatting with my channel members, comes up in green. If you want to be part of that, you're more than welcome. And it's part of their perks as well. But subscribers, you can get involved. I just won't be, obviously, communicating with you because I communicate with my channel members, but you can get involved because our channel members also get involved with you guys as well. And finally, we use Flight Radar 24 to track all of our aircraft. That's me done, housekeeping done. Let's get on with the show. Heathrow, London Heathrow, folks. Oh, let's go around the other way, shall we? How did that go? Did that look like I was reading out of an auto key jelly? Oh my God, it's gone blank. Oh my God, it's gone blank. Have I deleted it? Oh no. I thought I deleted it. Oh my goodness me. Oh well. Gee, it's great to be back home. Funny enough, I sometimes you have those little tiny even glasses are steaming up. Yeah, you know how it is when you spend 3 days in a place like Anchorage and you just see jumbo after jumbo after jumbo, with 777 freighters, MD-11s, all that kind of stuff. Absolutely insane. What a fantastic time we had this time. I'd say probably, and we've been to Anchorage I think about 8 times, but I think this time was probably our best visit to Anchorage yet. So thank you to Ted Stevens International Airport and everybody involved and all our members. Hope you had a great time. I know you did. One of the comments left on the video that I posted yesterday with yesterday's post was Anchorage was my room for 3 days. I'm sure he did, but almost that's kind of the way it is. But you know, when I was thinking this morning, I was just thinking of jumbos landing. You know, that we're out to see more jumbos, but no, we're not. Oh, easy there, son. There's a little bit of ballooning going on here, which is quite interesting. Many a time we've mentioned from my position here. That's the bush, ladies and gentlemen. That's the bush that is the only piece of fauna on Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 Innie Builds Heathrow 2025, I think it, or 2024, whatever it is. But yeah, interestingly enough, my van and that bush. But it's great to be back home, folks. A350s, 380s, 777s, usual array of 320 Neos, 321s, 737 Maxes, 767s, of course. Ian Hanna, Staffy Girl, 777, interesting, 777. Reading up on Flight Global this morning, there was a little article about the 777 versus 777-300 versus the A350-1000. Wow, nailed that right on the 1,000-foot mark. I don't know why they're firing off bleeding bullets and guns over there. I mean, I know why they're doing it, you know, but it's for bird control. But honestly, there are no flipping. There are no birds. I can't see a single bleeding bird anywhere on the airfield. Probably off round at relatives, isn't they? Bank holiday Monday. Yeah, so hope you're all doing well anyway. Yes, interesting. Did you know that the A350 is 1 inch longer than the 777-300? However, that's about where the numbers, in terms of bigger numbers, are the only thing for the A350-1000. Obviously, its efficiency is far better because it's got a far more, a far newer and more, advanced engine in terms of its numbers. So obviously, and the 777-300 is not made anymore. It's going to be different when the 777-9 is released eventually, one day maybe. I don't know. It's going at the moment. Everybody will be deferring their orders. Crazy news about, that Max that was sent back by the Chinese. Don't want it, mate. Lots of crazy things going on there. Hopefully things will calm down and someone will see sense eventually and get things back to normal. Staffy girl wearing her Big Jet TV Staffy girl shirt. Is that a new one that's been delivered? Ian Hanna, EGPX. Yeah, we launched the new store to our members during the Anchorage show as just a soft launch to see how it went, and it went really well, to be honest with you. Jillie's been kind of like keeping an eye on it, and we heard that, I think during the time that we were in Anchorage and during the time with all those orders that have been delivered already, and even before we left Anchorage. I think that geezer might be telling that bloke how to fire a gun, But point it up here, stick that in it, point it up in the air, nice. Rob Guest, good afternoon world. Toby Hancock, Sue Ho, I recognise that bush. Big Trains TV, Beverly George. Mark Barr, Lana, Anchorage was amazing, thank you, Jerry. No other streamer gives as much value for money. Oh, well, yeah, it's kind of true in a funny sort of way. We travel, we're endlessly committed to our channel members because we appreciate that you put your hands in your pockets, for God's sake, Digital David, Ian Morrison, Nick Gray. Restart the app to fix any sound on or off issues. This is an American 777-200 with Rolls-Royce engines on it. Nice. And as many of you will be aware, we had an emergency divert into Anchorage with a United 777-200, which was on its way back to the US but sprung a leak. Well, the pressure was probably low, I would imagine, on the fuel system readout, and as a result of that, you kind of put it down to a leak, I guess. Whether it's a physical fuel leak or possibly an air leak, reducing the pressure into the fuel pumps and so on and so forth. But either way, not good. So they had to divert into Anchorage, and we were there to grab it. So jumping straight on my flight radar. So that 777 that's just pulled off there from Charlotte, American 734. Oh, easy there, mate. Wow. See, that's why. Oh, this guy. Fair play, mate. Gotta be honest with you, that was a little bit odd. So that's why you never miss anything, man. He was a little bit cockeyed. Kind of a little bit sort of muggy in a funny sort of way here right now. You can see these clouds are building up to something. I reckon that's a little bit of rain due, possible precip in the next couple of hours maybe, I'm not sure. Let's just have a look out. We've got a 380 is that EK1 on approach, second out. See there, this one as well. This one, I reckon there's a little bit of mechanical turbulence coming off those sheds or something, because, mind you, it wouldn't be, would it? It's got to be coming off these buildings here to my left. Yeah, we had literally all bases covered at Anchorage. So much stuff to see, and we were not disappointed. DC-3s, yeah, just incredible stuff, which I think it might be a good idea. I did mention this out there, that it would be a good idea to maybe go through the show, God knows how many hours of it, 30 hours maybe, I don't know. Stephen H. Anchorage show's amazing as always, but it's nice to be back home. Yes, it is. Gee, it's great to be back home. There you go, look. Ballooning as well now. Is that the is it DAT or S80 or something like that? DAT, yeah. Delta Alpha Tango, yeah. Ian Byrne, we had 30 hours of rain in Ireland from early Friday morning until late Saturday afternoon. Blooming heck. Well, Chris Gossman tuning in from Seattle. Anchorage was ace EGPX. The Super DC-3 was the highlight for me. Weren't we lucky, man? George Smith. Alex Hilton. Any chance of an Anchorage show soon? Tracy Avgeek. I read yesterday that BA pulling out of DFW. Well, maybe temporarily. That's possibly due to... oh, he's long, isn't he? Look at that. The winds are a little bit variable today, I have to say, so, you know. Peter Rome, Sue Cruz, Nigel Armstrong, Cargolux 747 flying overhead for Luxembourg. We're not going to see it. Oh, start up. Tapparay, thank you. George Smith, Palash. It was so very special. I've rewatched it twice already, Susan Elizabeth. Blimey. Let's just see if this 380 hits any sort of like... I mean, the call back from the pilots. We were notified about... was it a website, Jilly, or an app or something where pilots were giving their experiences? Oh, I can hear that. Steve Sibbons knows his way around Anchorage now, thanks to the many road trips. There we go there, mate. You just... Oh, no such issues for this guy. Wow, look at that, man. Wouldn't have felt that. That 321 was Get Jet. Interesting. That's a new one. Is that who's that operating for? Finnair or something like that? HGC, awesome aircraft. Do you think because of sanctions, Anchorage will become less busy with cargo? Jeffrey, no, negative. No, because you've got the whole European market to still think of, and you've still got stuff that will, you know. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think it will be affected to a degree. I was even concerned about that. I actually put that to Jilly, and we kind of, you know, after weighing it all up, figured out that it really, well, it certainly didn't, did it? I wonder what will happen next time we go there. That's the question. Lucy Gardner, that's the kind of landing I like. Mank Red, smooth landing. JB Scooter, no, are you really? Could be. I mean, that's how quick that's how quick the system gets going. Wayne Dyer, softly. A worthy stream. This is to receive a nice thumbs up to show your support this morning, Lello. Thank you, Lello. Gillian Sankey, Ian Morrison, Kevin Jackson. Top deck still thanks. They're flying. Hayabusa Nutter. Sure, it's surprised you're not out up at the some kind of motorcycle meeting on a bank holiday Monday. Somewhere like the Hog's Back or something like that. Up at the Hog's Back. Yeah, jet lag. Interesting. Yesterday, I just couldn't get up, mate. I couldn't get up. I keep thinking there's a bleeding great big prop on that 350 there. Yes. Yesterday was a struggle. Got to be honest with you. Mind you, the thing was that coming from the west. And of course, don't forget that Jilly, even though Jilly didn't go, she still has exactly the same, and those who stood tall, stood strong, and watched the Anchorage shows from the UK. That is, Connor Whitten. Welcome back, Connor. Good to see you, mate. I'm in business on the second floor by the wing, JB Scooter. Should have let us know, mate. Could have made a big thing of that. Special livery. Oh, it's Superman. Thumbnail. Yeah! Wonder Woman! Yeah, that was cool. GP, did you get that for thumbnail? Possible. Okay. Mick. Mick saying 9.5 out of 10. Outer port rear wheel was left in the air. Just being picky. Yeah. Ooh. Stunner. Nigel Armstrong. US Air Force Boeing C-17A Globemaster heading south. That's probably come out of Mildenhall, I would imagine. West of Heathrow, level 35, isn't it? I think that's what you call it, at 35,000 feet. There's the little Joey going here that's coming on your way, Peter Room and all you lot. And there you go, Wade Perry, g'day from Perth, Australia. Some of these landings today, I love watching Jerry try and land a 320. I've got to get on it because I've got back on that whole thing with the I watched and rewatched the cold and dark start, and also the flight preparation in terms of being able to use autopilot. Now I'm wondering, because that's quite a significant amount of artwork there. Would that have been airbrushed or stickerized? Is that vinyl? I mean, it's obviously not the kind of, I mean, it's the same sort of principle of applying vinyl stickers, like when you're wrapping a van or wrapping a vehicle. Georgie boys, turbulence off the van, you've raised the platform. Yes. I actually took a time-lapsed film yesterday of my of putting the van back on, because she came back from service straight away. Ginny picked me up from the airport on Saturday, straight down to Trustford to pick up the van, got the van, came back. I just was too tired to put the roof on. Yesterday, spent 2 hours putting everything back on the roof, including the new straps from the USA. Straps made in the USA, folks. Used to use them on my motorcycles in the back of the truck when I was used to race motorcycle. Yeah, ironically enough, because it's the same name as my roof system, Rhino. Built tough. Andy 2, DHL have suspended high-value imports into the US. Is that something you've just read, Andy 2, or is that because that's pretty significant if you want my opinion on it? Dave C tuning in from Sydney. G'day, Dave. Beverly George. I think. Alex Hilton. Freddie Laker, one of the best liveries that Warner Brothers on the Etihad. Scropey, 2 weeks till the USA. What's that? Where are you going then? Fraz, Beverly. Wouldn't let me upgrade. Fraz saying it wouldn't. Fraz is our man from BA Engineering, isn't he? Chris Howard, service manager at Trustford, is South African, and his dad was an engineer for South African Airways. Chris Howard saying, wow, the service manager at Trustford. I should have gone in and seen him, mate. His dad was an engineer for South African Airways. Wow. What, based here in London? I'm guessing, maybe, I don't know. South African Airways. I just remember their livery so well. I flew on the old livery. All right, mate, all right, all right. Oh, read it on the BBC News website, Andy too, so. Wow, he's planted that one beautifully, man. to JFK on Virgin Atlantic, first time on Virgin. Oh, you'll have a great time, Scropey. I've got to say, once again, the service from Virgin and Delta, their partners, was absolutely fantastic. And that was, oh, hold on a minute, where is it? Yeah, I've got to give him a shout out. Captain Paul Singleton, who is ex-RAF, fantastic bloke. Just wanted to talk and wanted to talk. I could have sat with them for ages on the flight deck when I went up the front. Senior First Officer Will the Ace Robinson, also a great chatter. And another SFO who was the relief pilot, Manuel Simone. Lovely fella, used to work with Alitalia. And of course, not forgetting Emma, the cabin crew manager, and her amazing team once again, really well looked after. I've got to say, thank you, Emma, for there were a couple of empty business. Well, it wasn't business, was it, Gilly? It was upper class on the Virgin 330 Neo that I flew out on. And they put me in one of the fancy cubicles up front in that class. So thank you to Emma for that. And she said, Jerry, I was, you know, as soon as I saw you, I immediately jumped on it because we had a couple of spare seats, and also because you did a retirement flight for one of our crew, and he was absolutely made up, so we owe you a lot. And I'm like, no man, you don't owe me, I owe you guys, because if it wasn't for you, you know, if you all suddenly went on strike, flipping heck, we'd have nothing to film. Not that they'd ever do that, but you know what I mean. It's like, you know, people a lot of times say, you know, thank you to me and all that, but it's thank you to these guys, the pilots, the airlines, the operators, you know, the whole infrastructure of it that gives us this entertainment globally. Next month, folks, Taiwan. And that's something that on his readout, on his announcement from the flight deck, Paul Singleton, ex-Royal Air Force. I'd like to just ask him a little bit more about what he used to fly. I'm thinking it will be in the Tornado era, that sort of thing. But Emma, the cabin manager, with her purple shirt of power, because they wear a slightly different coloured shirt, don't they? The cabin managers. But yeah, wow, what a great experience. And can I just say, I had absolutely no issues whatsoever going through the US. I went via Seattle, straight through Seattle. Okay, I was on global entry. That probably makes quite a difference because I'm already set up with my visa and all that kind of ESTA, sorry. So it's unbelievably quick when you go through global entry. I would recommend that if you're a regular traveller to the US, I would use global entry because it lasts for 5 years, doesn't it, Gilly? Is it 5 years? Or 2? 5 years. No, the global entry. 5 years, yes. Oh, Pete J. Shame I missed you, mate. Sadly missed out with regards to Jerry's spotting as we were at home still recovering. Okay, so Pete J and his youngest son, his boy here at Heathrow yesterday, would have been on 09s, wouldn't have been able to see that much, Pete J. Hope you didn't have to travel too far. Ian Hanna, Cheryl Howard, Timothy Armitage, Scropey. Scropey, yes. honestly, you will not have any issues whatsoever. I mean, can you imagine what it's like for me with all my electronic equipment as well? It's crazy how it goes sometimes, because you know, everywhere, every single airport in the world, there are sort of like regulations that they have to meet. But what is critical, it's all down to the person that's monitoring the belt, if you know what I mean, when you put your stuff through at customs. Is that you, Dave? I mean, if you want, there is a downward slant on the runway anyway, but is that better? Someone's saying about it. I keep looking at it. It looks like a prop, doesn't it? Look. Looks like a giant prop on that 350. Interesting that I don't know which operator it was. Who was it? Hold on a minute, I'll find out. Evert is a new member. That wouldn't be Evert's Air Cargo, would it? Wouldn't that be great? But no, Evert. Thank you, Evert's Air Cargo and Transport, by the way, because if it wasn't for you guys with your beautiful DC-6 and MD-80s or DC-9s or whatever, of course, don't forget, oh, fair play, mate. Yes, he kind of got that all wrong, didn't he? But he sort of like, he bounced it beautifully, didn't he, man? I think the people on that aeroplane would have felt a little bit of a roller coaster ride there for just a second. How cool was that, man? Timestamp, GP. Oh, mate. Did you get the landing? Did you get the touchdown? Okay, the first part, or Zach Joseph Travel, take care. Avro Arrow's a little tilted to the left anyway. I mean, I do have obviously a bubble. What? Oh my God, really? Flipping. Yeah, man, I need to get that in my head. I need to get that in my head. We need to do it more often, Jilly, because we don't do it often enough. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but that was a very odd landing by our friends at Lufthansa. Did you do a timestamp on it anyway, Jilly, yeah? Thomas McRae Photography. Yeah, sorry folks, we kind of missed out on that opportunity. It's actually not Jilly's fault. Jilly is primed and ready for me to go VAR, but I don't, because I don't hardly ever do it, because it's obviously during storm shows and stuff like that. But I need to get myself, and by you saying it, it doesn't make any difference. It doesn't help me at all, because you come through about 20 seconds after it happens anyway. I've got to say it immediately. Stand by for VAR, Jilly. No, you're all right, you're all right. Yeah, you'd be primed, mate. Your finger would be on the button. Yeah. Anyway, it is what it is. There'll be more, there'll be more. Mark Duffy, 7:37 AM. It was a little sketchy, Peter Roan. Oh, there you go. Good point, Sue. Sue Ho saying, I just used the left arrow. Oh, I bet that's Chachi walking up the garden. I know it's a squirrel. This is prime land here, folks. This little area here is prime for Pinky, so we'll keep an eye out for her. Jilly has done a full redesign on Pinky, by the way. But we'll let you know when the shop's open. James Horvath, great shows in Anchorage. Nice to see the Air Canada old livery in, 777 and 787. Aer Lingus just announced one of the longest 321 routes from Dublin to Nashville, Tennessee. Mark Duffy, brilliant bit of news, man. Carol H tuning in from sunny Isle of Man. Let me just have a look on here. There we go, it was Condor, actually. You know, our friends at Condor with the stripy livery. Nice area in the trip. They have just announced that they are preparing to introduce, and this is something that Rolls-Royce have been working on for some time, introduce an A330neo with enhanced low-speed performance, which basically means that they can be more efficient at low speeds, and also for rejected landings, missed approaches and stuff like that, go-arounds, they use less power, and also less power on the climb. But also the other big improvement that Airbus have been working on, I'll tell you in a second. So this is a big change for A330neo operators, and also for Airbus to be able to pitch the 330neo with even more improvements. It's also flap settings. With the flap settings that they have 1 through 4, they now have a midpoint flap setting, and obviously again when you put everything into the computer with your weights, etc., it will determine what flap setting it is that you need, whether it's flaps 1, flaps 2, whatever it might be for takeoff. But yeah, really quite interesting, that. I think it's about a 1% improvement, and it's retrofit as well. Oh, it's a 5-position flap lever on the 330. But the crew will be able to enter 4 intermediate flap positions, giving a total of 9 settings into the multi-function control and display unit. Wow. Once the flap lever is set, the aircraft's avionics will automatically adjust the flaps and slats to the required intermediate position. So how about that? And it's all retrofit as well, folks. So I'm imagining that somehow that's built into software. So in other words, they've added those intermediates in the well, I'm guessing that it's a switch out of the flap lever. Surely there will be a flap lever with the intermediates on it, and that will be a retrofit. And I think electronically that will control the flaps in terms of their setting. Great information, that, man. So that is the current old livery. And this is the current new livery. Kind of works in an airport environment, that, you know. I think in time it will become, you know, because it hasn't got anything written on the tail. These guys have got the old school. It's still very sort of like classic. Has a bit of a classic look about it. This is maybe one of their lease jets, I'm not sure, but she doesn't have the full livery, which we're used to seeing. I think there's a little bit more of the tail livery on the engine cowl as well, from memory, as well as the pinstripe, the famous pinstripe that heads down it, which is brilliant, mate. There's a 330 Neo. That's it's not the one I flew on, is it? What did I fly? I didn't fly on Pi, did I, Julie? No. Oh, I flew on Joan Jet, yeah. Got a good, we taxied out on one engine. He fired up, he taxied out from the cul-de-sac, which is kind of, oh, nice. Yeah, so the cul-de-sac is like around that left of that American triple there. So came out of there with one engine running, and I think he fired up the number 2 engine around about here, but it doesn't sound like a lot, but taxiing on one engine is something they've been doing for years apparently. Oh, lovely old title. Jill Blake preferring the new livery. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it is very Indian, isn't it, in terms of its colours. It's very colourful colours, the ribbons and the purple and the gold. I really like it. Arrow Anchorage Seattle flight was delayed. No, it was the Seattle. My Seattle Heathrow flight was delayed by an hour. My Anchorage Seattle flight wasn't delayed, was it, Julie? YK think the new one's a meaningless mess. Another case of designers chopping up elements of the old and calling it heritage. I don't know, man. I didn't like it, I'll be honest with you, 6YJJK. I didn't really like it at first. I wasn't a big fan of it on the images. But then when I saw it, and you know I'm honest about everything in terms of my opinion of things. When I saw it for the first time, you know, artistic impressions and stuff like that, I wasn't a big fan of it. I didn't like it at all. Right away, I was not a big fan at all. But then when I saw it in an airport environment and put the old one out of my mind, you've got to put the old one out of your mind, because it is a classic. I mean, you know, there are classics like with Qantas. You know, there are classics like with United. Let's be honest. All of these are Lufthansa. Again, look what they've done. But you know, things move on. Look what Air Canada have done in terms of their new livery. Stark contrast to what they used to have. But and again, some people not getting on with the new livery. Other people getting on with it. And I'll be honest with you, I know I wasn't a fan of Air India at first, the new Air India livery, but I am. It's not like I really like it. I'm just, I think it fits well within an airport environment. And it's bold. Let's be honest. It's bold. It's far bolder than than many. I'm all right with it. Something I've just noticed actually, folks, all these years, right? And there'll probably be a few people who are looking at those Air Canada tails and going, I never noticed that before. The leaf, it's almost like it's been sprayed over and the leaf has slipped down and left that mark above it. I've never seen that before. No, I've never noticed that before. I don't know if the tips of those tails are just dirtier or what, but I was under the impression that they were always the same blue as below. But there we go. Yeah, I know, but I've never noticed it. No. You have, yeah? You've seen that like that. Really? Suho, they spent a fortune in consultants trying to include Vistara in the livery. Yeah, yeah. There's a couple of pilots just gone by, pinging hello there. Yeah, man, that pilot, I've got to be honest with you, that crew was probably, I mean, all the Virgin crew that I fly with are brilliant. Sometimes they're a little bit sort of like, they're busy. It's a little bit difficult because the cabin manager doesn't know who we are, and I don't expect everyone in the airline industry to know who Big Jet TV are. There's probably a very few people who know about us compared to the millions who don't. Got no clue. But there are. And it does happen. If it was going to happen, you would expect it to be with like BA or Virgin or whatever. But sometimes, from time to time, you get a cabin manager who is understandably busy doing their thing, and I don't go, excuse me, do you not know who I am or anything like that? I just make my way to my seat like I did on the one out to Seattle. Just went and plonked myself, put my bags over there, said to the fella next to me, I'll be back in a minute, mate. I'm just going up front to see the crew. And went up to the front, spoke to this lovely girl there. She said she was in the cabin as they were coming on by the door. I said, is it okay to go down and see the crew? Do you want to let them know that I'm here if that's possible, if you're not too busy? And she was like, yeah, sure. Who is it? I said, it's Jerry from Big Jet TV. And I gave her one of my stickers. And then she said, oh, can I have that? I said, yeah, but show it to them first, Anyway, it's a bit of a calling card, And next thing you know, is I'm up at the front, still programming the bleeding thing in, into in the MacDo. Brilliant. And he was explaining everything to me, what I'm doing here, what I'm doing there. All the stuff he was explaining was like, I've seen this happen. So I know how it was for Johnny now in terms of like flying all those times with pilots and just seeing them do everything. That was another announcement, wasn't it, Jilly? With Blair, BBLLB, announcing that he's completed his courses on the Dreamliner and he's now going to be flying the Dreamliner with it's United, isn't it? Or is it American? It's American, isn't it? Yeah, he was on the Max. He was on the American Max, but now he's on the Dreamliner. He's going to be doing international stuff. So we might see Blair in London, folks. He's a great bloke. We had a great chat with him in Chicago. I'm so lucky with some of the, well, all of the people actually that I've met along the way. You know, pilots especially, being able to have a good chat with them, whether it's during the show or look in the distance there, man. Just caught a glimpse of it. Look, the big shadow there appearing. Look at that. Is that Qatar? I think it is, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, so congratulations, Blair, one of our pilot members, folks, tuning in during all these names I'm recognising from Anchorage. No reversals, interesting. There we go, a little bit in the air. Just to be sure. Maybe idle, I think they're idle. Wow, doesn't that look different in that sandy finish when it's a bit dirty? Oh, Jill Blakeney, it is super cool to see the flight deck. Interestingly, the A330, being as it's an Airbus, has a similar kind of layout cockpit-wise to the 320neo. I think, well, the 320 anyway. They're all more or less the same, so that's easy for the pilots to type rate from one to the other. If you're coming off the 320, for example, onto the 330, one of the big things that you'll notice going from a smaller aircraft to a bigger aircraft is obviously clearance for the wings, and also a longer body, but it's all relative in terms of, you know, the length of the body, but that's all in the power settings, and I think you'd have to be very unlucky to tail straight on one of those. Jules Harris, yes, Jordan was a good chatter as well, wasn't he? Jordan from UPS flies the Jumbo 747-400 and -8 Intercontinental. Easy braking, easy on the brakes there, son. Take that final exit, yeah! Softly on the brakes. Wow. I don't know if the 380's got brake to vacate. I know it's an Airbus thing, but blimey, how about that? So, any pilots on at the moment can just answer the question, when you brake to vacate, are you telling me that your feet are over the brakes but they're not actually physically pushing the brakes down? Of course, the brakes and the rudder movement are exactly on the same set of pedals. Push them from the top down to apply the brakes, and left and right on a tiller system for the rudder. Something that takes a bit of getting used to when you're doing the flight simulators, flight simulator. Still so much to learn. Looking forward to getting some pilots in the sim as well. But I'm kind of getting there, folks. I'm kind of getting there now, especially as we've now got the system up and running. I am keen now to try the Boeing yoke, because I'm desperate to get on the 78 and the 777. Wow. That's funny. 3 greens. Chilly, listen to this. I don't know what airline he was flying. It was 3 greens. Oh, the other BA with BA. Oh, blimey, that's hilarious, man. Well, he's obviously quite a humble bloke then as well. But I would have gone up to the front if I was Jimmy Carr, who I met, didn't I, at the Big Fat Quiz of the Year. He's actually quite a funny bloke, I've got to be honest with you. Some people have got mixed opinions about Jimmy Carr, but apparently he was sitting in the back, Jilly, in club on the BA flight. 3 greens was flying to CPH with BA the other week, and Jimmy Carr was sitting in the back. Yeah. Oh, blimey. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. It's just up the road, isn't it? There's no point, really, is there? Let's get on, sit down, put your headphones on, just, what's that, an hour and a half? 2 hours? Something like that? Yeah, no, Jim. It was obviously during the show. When we were filming Big Fat Quiz of the Year, which, interestingly enough, Jilly, did you know that they did a best of show as well? Yes, apparently. I haven't seen that yet, but we appear on that one as well, didn't we? With Jonathan Wass, Pauline. Oh no, Pauline. Steep old flare there for a second, just for a second. Yeah, it's quite funny because my sister, who I don't see me family very well. I've only got my sisters. I don't see them very often. Like I've seen. Can't remember last time I saw Bridget, and last time I saw him it was last year, I would have thought. Anyway, whatever. But randomly we send texts and stuff like that. Well, messages, WhatsApp and all that. And Emma just sends me a message the other day. How crazy is it that I wake up in the morning, I see my brother on BBC breakfast? That's crazy, isn't it? Clean Car Clinic has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Clean Car Clinic. Oh, 10. Some of them save some of the tax money he saves to pay for it. How does he space? How do you get that then, Tim? Is that a well-known fact? And how would he save tax? Save tax? So good luck to you. You're doing it legally. Just been fed through the grapevine, that one, isn't it? Yes. Yeah, it was only actually it was only actually after that I found out that it's actually Jonathan Ross's show, isn't it? It's his concept and his company that does everything. And he's the one who guessed. He was like, "Hey, you're not that bloke. Are you the bloke that stands on the van?" or something like that. I can't remember, but it was like, "Yeah, you've kind of like." Actually, I'll tell you what happened. He said something like that. Are you that bloke with the windy shows or something? But he said it while someone else was talking, and I looked at him and I winked. And then he was like, yeah, I know. Anyway, you had to be there. Whatever. Knees are old, the eyes are bent, the nose is old. Yes, that's the one thing he said to me. He kept saying, "Mate, can you just answer yes or no?" Yeah. He did ask me if I ever stopped talking, so do you ever stop talking? Mate, you've been putting me in a green room for 4 hours. I've been waiting. My mouth hasn't been speaking for the last 4 hours. So obviously now I'm going to let it all out, aren't I? Just answer the question. Warm up. Oh, there we go, Looby-Loo. Jimmy did use a loophole to get out of paying tax, but he did put it in his show. There we go. Very self-deprecating. Yeah. You know, it's what it is. It's what it is. Hey, listen, somebody, your accountant came to tomorrow and said, listen, I've got a way that you can save a bundle of tax, but you know, you've got to listen to what I'm saying, and this is how it's done. And if you sort of like, it's obviously like some kind of, I don't know. What was it then? Was it offshore, or was it buying things that he could offset against stuff, or because I know that if you oh, I don't know. Electric mic. We're gonna rock round to Electric Avenue. And don't you think it high? Wow, that was almost slow-mo, wasn't it? Yeah, I was looking out of my first story spare bedroom window this morning, and I was like, blimey, I'm nearly the height of that platform on the van. I'm quite high up, obviously, as you can appreciate, folks. I reckon I'm, oh, I don't know. Actually, if you'd like to see, down to Electric Avenue. Sorry, Jim, just to confirm, you did timestamp that Lufthansa 320, yeah? Yeah, cool. Can you just bung that on WhatsApp to me now, so that so that it's there, if you know what I mean? So obviously yesterday when I got home not yesterday when I got home, but yesterday. After having collected the van on Saturday, straight after getting off the flight, didn't get home until I'd picked the van up, and then of course, because it was in for some pretty major work on the engine. Well, it's only the timing belt, but you know, still quite a lot of, you know, things have got to come off to get to that timing belt, and it's a wet belt as well. It's not a dry belt, so it's a little bit more technical than a dry belt, I would imagine. Watch it lift, watch it sink. Latest big prop A350. Right, yeah. 33 seconds, I can show you this video, folks. 33 seconds, yeah? This was 2 hours, I think. Eventually, it took me to get everything done. But this... this is it. Okay, here we go. Okay. So. Make me laugh anyway. Oh man. Oh, man. Just say it again. What? I try and cover about 4 different subjects at once. It's a bit like juggling, you know what I mean? You forget one bit, remember another bit, and then that leads into another bit. By the time you get to the end of the last bit, the first bit's completely gone, isn't it? Luby Lou was hilarious. What part of don't talk do you not understand? Is that what he said? Noel Gallagher, it's absolutely fine, mate. What you probably didn't see there, but I'll put it up on Twitter anyway. But you can see the extra torsion bars, literally. It's almost like stability system on the roof as well, both forward and backward, so that it does not move in any way, shape or form. And it's not top heavy, even though the boards up the top as they are, it's not top heavy, but it's not like I drive it around on 2 wheels, is it? Oh my God, you're joking. Oh dear. Oh, Mike P, I'm so sorry. Is that Mike P's daughter down there? Your van just got in the way of us seeing our daughter land from Scotland. Oh, well, there we go, Mike. She's down safely. I hope you got a smile on your face like you have on your profile picture, because well, at least he didn't put an exclamation mark at the end or something like that. Hey, here we go. See, I do like that new Air Canada livery, man. How cool was that, man? And just before that thing, as it was touching down, did you hear that faint background sound of the props, the turbo props? Kind of a little bit of anchorage audio there, man. But anchorage just is phenomenal in every way, I've got to say. There's Air India's new livery in all its glory. She's got belly markings as well. Yeah, as people will appreciate, I'm pretty sure they will. Lovely sound, prop. Aziz! Is he watching? Flare it. Nice. Yeah. Carol H turboprop sound, unmistakable. Texas Taco. Eggshell is the best livery. I'll tell you what, it'll be interesting. We got this Air Canada jet. I've got to be honest with you, man. I do love these new, well, I say new, been out for like 4 years now. I'm a big fan of it. It's one of those revised liveries, which it's not even revised really. It's just completely a big change from the older eggshell livery, which a lot of people are loyal to, whether they're Canadians or not. But I personally, I think this is a fantastic livery. And what really sets it off is that cockpit paint. We'll have a little look at her when she gets a bit closer. But she is going to park up next to one of these jets here, between the United jet and the Air Canada Dreamliner, or to the right of the triple. And if that is the case, then we will get to see the two tail liveries at least together. Neil Mares is a returning member. Welcome back, Neil. JMAC airline name in the middle looks good. Name in the middle looks good. Okay, I kind of know what he's saying there. He's talking about the Air India, I think, there, in terms of the startup. Now watch the elevators come up, because the hydraulics are now charging. If that was that, maybe. Yeah, start this number one. There we go. I don't know whether it is the case on the 350, but oh, listen to her purring, man. Savings pit stop, thank you. So it's still got that traditional old, I love the way that they've kept that, but it's completely, oh yeah, he's going to go all the way around and park up next to the 777, I think. He might even go this side, on the left side. But there's your two tail liveries there, look. Listen to her, man. Air Canada is an interesting one, the 6Y saying, I don't think they've ever had a bad livery. Love this one, the toothpaste, and the ones before. There we go. There she is, long range across the field. Tell you what I did see at Seattle was the Aer Lingus old livery A330. So I'd imagine that they're probably waiting to switch that out with a newer aircraft rather than spend all the money and paint. Now here's Delta's 330 Neo. Possibly from Seattle, I don't know. Whoa. And bang. That was the one thing that I said when I went onto the flight deck. One of the first things I said was, man, oh yeah, no, so when I got to Seattle, that was it. When I got to Seattle, I went up the front again and just said to the FO, man, that was, because it was him who landed it, was operating it. And I said, it's amazing, isn't it? No matter how smooth the touchdown is with the front set of gear, or should I say with the back set of gear. No, is it front set, back set? It's Airbus, it tilts back that. but that's why it looks like a skier. You know, a long the ski jumping skier. You know, oh, look at that turning there, mate. And when that second set of wheels comes down, it always comes down with a big bang. I have to always prepare myself for that moment when, because normally, like on a 777 or even a 380, a 350, when you land, it's like boom, like that. It's like all in one big surge. Whereas on the 330, because of the wheel configuration, the back set comes down first, and then you literally count 3, 2, 1. Boom! If you're ready for the second set when it comes down. Just waffle on. Even the 767 with its front tilting mains. I'd say the 380 is a little bit ba-do-do-do-ba-doom sort of thing, as like, you know, because you've got the mid set which are tilting forward, isn't it? I think, or tilting back, it's one of the two. 6 wheels on each set in the bogies, in the body gear, absolutely incredible. So when that lot comes down, obviously you get that bogey set that touches first. So you get that very a very quick succession of ba-do-do-ba-doom sort of thing. And then of course you've got the flaps. Partial flap. Just think, there's a subby there. Dagger 41BA should never change their livery. It's beautiful, and I'm from Canada. Well, I've got to be honest with you. Some people have said, you know, BA needs a new livery. I don't think it does, mate. I mean, you could maybe sort of like just make that flag even bigger, sort of like bleed it from sort of like 3/4 of the way down the fuselage and then all the way across the tail. You know, just a bit more bleed. Oh, sorry, you've been standing there for long. Talk. Easy, son, easy. Stephen H likes the hacksaw sound. Well, sometimes it sounds like a dog barking, doesn't it? Other times, absolutely, it's somebody sawing a piece of 4x2. It's actually the hydraulic pumps recharging, as far as I'm aware. Do you want stickers? Yeah, just let's get this one and then I'll jump down. John Francis, he's back doing it again. John in Kidlington, Oxfordshire. He's very proud of his where he lives. Is John. Anthony Teal. I did so. Oh yes, yes, I know about the landing, about the fact that and he was like no, it was quite smooth. I said, yeah, but it's all right for you up the front here. You don't really feel it. We do as passengers, and it's brilliant though. If you're aware of it, and yeah, 380 standby. I'll just get this 380, yeah, because we don't want to miss out on that, do we now? This looks like EK1, is it? John Francis, thank you. JB Scooter. JBA need a long-haul special livery. Well, that would be a special livery, wouldn't it? BOAC. Yeah, I mean, I think the BOAC livery would look better on a Dreamliner, and the reason I say that is because BOAC operated the VC-10, and it's kind of got that sort of like, sorry, the Comet was the, no, BEA was the Comet, wasn't it? No, BOAC did operate the Comet, and the Dreamliner has a very Comet-esque front end. Look at the exhaust coming out of the engines as the auto throttles kick in. Start up. You see the gear tilting forward here. Now watch it all sort of like hit. He might nail it, but when they come down hard, now that's smooth, mate. See what I mean? Biddly biddly diddly boo. Yeah. Guys really look after their engines, man, but she's still going a fair old lick there. Look, slowing it down, 80 knots, 60 knots, hard on the brakes, bringing it right down to 10 knots, crank it left, nice. All that undercarriage to look after you, haven't you? Ooh. Cargo Lux Cruiser above Aden. Yeah, not seeing anything above today, folks. We've got a lot of cloud. Okay, stand by. I'm just going to hand some stickers out. Let's see what we've got. So I haven't. Canton up. Oh, that's a nice family there. Young lad wants to be a pilot, 12 years old. I said, mate, Yeah, I said, "You're going to be a pilot?" He says, "Yeah, he wants to fly for BA." He's 12 years old. I said, "Mate, in 6 years, just work hard at school, keep your head down, and before you know it, mate, you could be flying for an international airline like BA and earning a 6-figure salary. Whether you fly at home or whether you go abroad and fly, the world's your oyster, mate. Literally, the world is your oyster." BEA is inbound. It's not sort of like when that sort of like northwesterly, isn't it? What? Car. Got out of the back seat and then through. Martin Fishlock has sent love with a Big Jet TV membership gift. Thank you so much, Martin, and anybody else. Yeah, I know. Oh, you'll have to look through the bit that I was when I was off camera, when I wasn't filming, when I was giving those stickers out. Vueling. Oh, he's gone long. Bit of a floater. Go on, son. Within the touchdowns. Oh, bit of a pitch. He's good. IAE engine, International Aero Engine. When I started Big Jet TV, I used to think that they were 737s because I'd gone from aviation, you know, from my dad flying and me moving on to other things in my life. When I went from leaving school and getting my first job, and then that whole thing just, you know, eventually when I, at that point in time, which would have been around about what, 81, 82, something like that. So in that era there would have still been 737 200s with BA. Timothy Edwards, thank you, Timothy. He's gifted a channel membership. Yeah, I said this time in 6 years you could be on a flight training program, mate, on your way to the rest of your life being basically sorted. Because air travel will always be an area where pilots, aircrew will be needed continually, because you imagine that so many pilots reaching their retirement literally every day. Don't know what the numbers are, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's in the, you know, bless you, you know, hundreds every day in the around the world. Of retirements. Obviously you've got the new recruits coming through as well, but airlines are desperately looking for recruits, rookies, new flyers. Nice young lad. The Masked Fokker has gifted a channel membership. Thank you. G'day, mate. I don't know. Look at that shot there, man. Look at that for airport shot. Just see what's going on there for a little bit. Lee Shand, approximately 8.6 pilots retire a day in the US based on the estimate of 2,500 pilots retiring annually. Right, okay. Well, that's not as many as what I thought it would be, but it's still a number. They have to be replaced with new pilots, or newly trained, or returning pilots. Flipping tail on that thing, mate. That's just enormous, isn't it? Yeah, well, I mean, even in your 30s, by the way, folks, you can still pursue a career as a pilot, because you've still got 30 years, 30 to 35 years in it. 65, I think. Might be different in America. A380, good looking jet. It didn't, did it? It has, yes. That's why I've been having to deal with that. No, I know. That's why I said it. I announced it a different way, just because it's written in a different way. What's he sent? What's he sent? Sent a what? What? He's got in there, a post box. Jill Blakeney, hopefully my nephew will be able to get a pilot. Well, the one thing you don't need these days is you don't need all that sort of like business degree in this and degree in that or whatever, because back in the day you kind of needed that level to become a pilot. But the thing is that I'll be honest with you. There's and this is a well-known fact, that that air traffic control, NATS, National Air Traffic Services, who operate here at London Heathrow as well as other towers around the world. But basically, they're looking to recruit younger operators who are coming from the gaming community, which is, you can understand that from a perspective of learning systems and how they operate. So if it's repetitive, I don't like to, it's not a brilliant thing to say, but it's kind of like, unless you're thrown in with a situation like, oh, listen to that, B8. Bad weather day. That's when their skills really come in. But you're trained for that. But they're halfway there, if you know what I mean, in a way. So they're trying to capture these youngsters. Oh, she looks good, doesn't she, man? Little bit long on that, but fair enough. Oh, easy. Take care of her, mate. Don't prang it. That's our last treasure, isn't it? That's all we've got left at the moment is little BEA. Personally, I think they should take the engines out, put the cowls back on, bolt her together, seal her up, and sling her next to Concorde. Iver Toad. Yes. Well, it may have been made in Canada. There are obviously two manufacturing divisions of the A220. And yes, you're right. Is it Mirabel? Jimmy Howarth loving the excitement. So dipping that wing in, you see. That's why it sometimes might look a little bit odd. Go on the leaps. Leading edge aviation propulsion is what those high bypass ratio turbofans are. I mean, you know, the RB211 was classified as a high bypass, as is sort of like, well, let's just say the RB211, but that was kind of the forerunner of the high bypass turbofan era. There have been bypass turbofans, and there have been the pure jet engine like the Conways and that kind of stuff with no bypass at all. But very interesting how that technology has evolved with the super bypass turbofans, as I call them, like on this Dreamliner here. Yes, I think it might be confusing a few people, mate. The wording that's you know. Yeah. Yeah. They should stop. They shouldn't. That's a silly upgrade. That is. I don't know why they've done that. See JetBlue's tail there, folks, the lighter blue tail. There's the old and the new livery with Lufthansa. I've got to be honest with you, I still prefer that any day, this one. I mean, like I say, Lufthansa have done what they've had to do, and, you know, from a corporate point of view, it looks very boots and braces and shirt, you know, suit and tie sort of livery is what I call that Lufthansa, compared to the old one with the crane. With the yellow circle. Better really. But that JetBlue aircraft that you see there, that's going to be flying that's going to be a single aisle jet flying all the way to New York, across the Atlantic, or thereabout, I think it's, is it? Roger Breaker, yes, the M25, the nightmare ring, as some people call it. Wow. Oh. See the actuator there at the front of the main gear on the 777-300. See that strut at the front of the gear there? That's an actuator that basically, as the aircraft rotates, keeps the wheels firmly stuck to the ground to the point where the wing is at maximum lift, and then it sort of like lets go and the aircraft flies. Not on the 200, only on the 300. To avoid tail strikes, you see. What's that? Ridiculous flight symbol on. It's just. Smashed into one. It does have his opinions, doesn't he, old 6YK on the liveries, doesn't it? the Lowy family. Thanks for a great set of shows this week. Team Big Jet TV, loved it. Was in California all week, so worked perfectly for them watching the show from Anchorage, man. So, oh look, it's a Lego truck, Jilly, look. It's like a bit of Lego, that, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It's got the slot where the other bit of Lego goes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's either that or he's a very angry, you know, he's just, like that. Or hungry, yes. Feed me nuts and bolts now. Jam Sani, £5 is excellent value for money. Jerry and Jilly work hard to put on a fantastic show. Oh, Jam Sani, thank you. Well, I kind of like, who saw the beginning of the show today? What do you think of the intro? And my obvious reading from an auto cue. I'll get it right though, I'll perfect it. I'm going to do it at the beginning of every show. You're watching a YouTube main event. It's Pinky's friend. Oh, I don't know. If that was like a little village over there with all the different vehicles being different, I think he'd be the one that everybody feared. This fella here, he'd be the angry tractor, wouldn't he? Whereas Pinky's the happy tractor. And it is an airside tractor. It's not actually a vehicle meant for towing of any type. Well, I mean, it has got a tow hitch on it. And it will tow, you know, baggage trolleys and stuff like that. Little, you know, maybe if they need to take a tow line or a tow hitch out to another part of the airfield, might use it for that kind of thing. Tow cart. Oh, now this, I think, is a. Okay, so this is a 330. Now, what I was talking about with the landing gear configuration, she's got 4 wheels either side. Now look at the back set, they're hanging down. That's why I call it the ski jumper, because if you imagine a ski jumper coming off the end of the ramp and then putting their arms right back behind them, and then there's the skis below, you see. So that's the configuration. The back set will come down first. You feel that. Hopefully it's not going to be a boomer, but even the softest of touchdowns, you watch how kind of aggressively, it probably won't happen now, I'll probably absolutely nail it. Watch the front set follow. So we'll ride it on the back set. And then 2, 3, boom! Next set comes down. Still wheeling it, man. Look, little bit of elevator. See the elevators? Just keeping the elevators pitched up a little bit so to soften the front end coming down. You don't want it hitting the deck real fast because obviously, you know, wear and tear on this and that. Blah, blah. Is this little friend? Mick landings are certainly Lurpak. Eddie the Eagle 9.4. Droopy Jaws, thank you. Tapperate, that 339 from Seattle. She's got a replacement cowl, look, the core cowl on her. Actually, it's the reverser cowl, isn't it? It's the the aft cowl, which are the reverser doors, the sliding component of the engine. A very clever component. Basically redirects the bypass air from the front fan straight out the side of the engine, known as cold air. Listen to that resonation, man, all the way down the airfield. Look, as soon as they idle those engines, see, we talk about nacelles. That's a replacement nacelle on that BA jet. See that white section at the front there? They've either brought that out of spares, but it's a very interesting and important component. Preference. Pinky gets preference. Go on, son! He's off for an oily. Someone's off for an oily. Anyway, back to the very interesting and important component, which is the engine nacelle or nacelle before and after. Qatar. See how this is back facing. Here we go. Watch it sink. Look at that. Wow. Sorry, man, sorry. That was one of my windscreen wiper moments, wasn't it? There's another Qatar 777 inbound. Aaron Thomas, thanks. Justin Greentree, the purpose of Pinky is that she was originally, she's actually a Delta, sorry, a United, one of United Airlines' own vehicles, which was either, I'd imagine that it was done here by their engineering team, but she's been painted pink for the breast cancer awareness campaign. I think that's right. Is that right? I thought that was it. Yes, yes. Yeah, she's a baggage truck. Yeah, like tractor. But she's very rarely towing anything. Michael White. Thank you. Michael White's gifted 5 channel memberships. Thanks, mate. Who's that? What? So if she's gone over there, she'll definitely see. There's a little. They appear from over there, don't they? I think it's underground they go. Maybe there might be a little bit of an underground section up there somewhere. I don't know, but no, I just think it's that roadway there. So Pinky would have been, will be coming back. I have every faith that Pinky will be returning. So we need to keep an eye over there, don't we, for her return. Austrian 320 Neo. Tell you what, Boeing don't need the problems that they're facing now, do they, with all these problems with deliveries, well, certainly with China anyway. you don't want to be annoying those kind of people, do you, really? Because they're like, we ain't going to bow to your pressure, mate. You know, do what you like, but if you're going to do that to us, then we're going to hit you and all. And that's what happened, and that is what's happening, and it's really quite serious, because I'd imagine that there's probably quite a few people at Boeing that will be that would have been thinking, no, little brother, don't worry about it. They'll look after us. We're one of the United States' biggest assets. You know, blah blah blah. They can't let us fail and all that kind of thing. And then Chinese are like, mate, you can take this Dreamliner, this 737 Max back. We don't want it. You what? No, I don't want it. Not interested. But you're going to get a penalty. Yeah, don't worry about that. Just not interested. Don't want it. So, not good for Boeing, is it? We love Boeing, and you know, they make incredible aeroplanes. There was somebody yesterday mentioning about the 777 being the success story of Boeing and the Dreamliner not so, which I kind of argued the point about, that in terms of delivery, it was a massive step forward for Boeing in terms of technology. Probably one of the biggest technological advancements that any airframer has used, you know, brought to the table, from the 777 to the 787, you know, and all its advanced technology. And it went through a hell of a lot of, because it was a brand new kind of concept aircraft, you know, which was a full new design to implement a lot of use of battery power and stuff like that, and the new engines, of course. Everything was brand new from the ground up on the 787. You've got to appreciate that with a new aircraft like that, with these kind of advancements, and the technology in the wings as well, don't forget, and the fuselage being carbon. They had massive issues with it, with the suppliers not joining together in terms of, you know, the fuselage segments and the wiring and all that kind of stuff. So some of it, you know, they faced massive delays, but such a success program now with the Dreamliner, isn't it? Competing right alongside the A350. Especially the 787-10, my favourite of the three types. Not a big fan of the Dash 8, looks a bit stubby and all that. Bronner Smith, you're absolutely right, 100%. There will be other carriers, operators who will like you know, lease companies. I wouldn't be surprised if old is this the new live? No. Wouldn't be surprised if Ryanair didn't snap that 737 Max up, because it'll be offered, it'll be sold easily. It just, they won't. But it's not good when you get a I mean, I know it'll be, of course, they won't have, but Boeing won't have any problem at all disposing of that 737 or moving it on to another operator. But it's still not a good thing, because I think the Chinese operators probably have a huge amount of orders outstanding with 787s. Where's he seeing that? Screaming Ebu, 787 undeliverable even up till recent. Well, yeah, that's sort of like a bit like the problem with the A350's engines. and other teething problems that the Dreamliner has had over the years, and also, you know, these issues that have come about in terms of the assembly and the assembly lines, and potential issues with alignment and other things that the FAA are picking away at Boeing, because they're frightened, they're scared to be held responsible if anything else happens, you know. Screaming Emu also making point from the most recent issue with the Dreamliner, in terms of Boeing having to put aside an entire team and reserve a part of the factory for these Dreamliners. In fact, I think they went somewhere else, but a whole batch of Dreamliners were put aside or returned or come back off the production line, just to double check that the problems that they were seeing had been dealt with or needed fixing, and I think a lot of that was alignment, fuselage alignment and stuff like that, which is quite a crazy thing to have to do when you've already bolted the thing together, or fastened it, should I say. So yeah, I know what you're saying, Screaming Emu. It's you know, it's not like it's but in terms of A350s versus 787 orders, I think they're on the same sort of like level, aren't they? You know, although Airbus do have, of course, the 330neo as a backup as well, and now, of course, the 321 as well, the ultra long range. Oliver's loving the location. How cool is that? Another sort of like, you there, Jenny? Jamie Scooter likes the 350 more than the 787-800. Yeah, it said that the A350-900 is the sort of like same level as the 787-9, of course. And then, of course, the 350-1000 787-10. So both of those aircrafts kind of on a par. I believe actually that the obviously there have been issues with both engine suppliers, Rolls-Royce with the Trent 1000s or the Gen X engines, but most of the Dreamliner operators use the Gen X engine, but the 350's had its trials and tribulations, mainly with engine issues. So yeah, I was mentioning earlier on about the oh, we've got somebody gifted a membership. I think it's Carly. Thanks, Carly. Gifted a channel membership. Yeah, about the advancements and the A330neo, the 900 retrofit flap setting change, which is to enhance the slow speed performance of the aircraft. In other words, when you can, first of all, the flap settings have another, because they've got 5 flap settings at the moment on the 330, and they're adding another 4 settings, half settings, so you can go 1 to 1.5 to 2 to 2.5 and so on and so forth. A total of 9 settings now, which again is all part of the programming of the aircraft, which will pre-select the flap setting for departure, but also slower speed and but higher performance for go-arounds as well, so less power because of the flap setting. Michael K, 12-year-old Emirates 380 turning onto finals. Yeah, what about that that tweet that I retweeted the other day about that Emirates 380 that was being scrapped? Literally on her last legs, everything had been torn out of her. A sorry sight to see, but also kind of beautiful in a way, you know. Should be sort of like left there as a you know, a reminder. I'd buy it as a prop for a movie or something like that, because it could be used as definitely a futuristic movie, couldn't it? That hull with its wing, with engines ripped off, all the usable parts have gone basically. Wow, where's that? Where's that? Okay, we just got an email from who, Jilly? From Roger, an email from Roger, and he says that his friend is out in Spain doing a pilot training course, and he's said BA training course from van driver to BA pilot in 3 years. It can happen, and that's coming from him on email. So he's listened to us and he's given us an example, and that's a brilliant example. How old is that guy that he's talking about, his mate? I wonder. 20s or sort of like, you know, van driver. There you go. You see, there you go. Obviously, you know, the great thing is that you just have to you could make a really good advert, couldn't you? You could make such a good advert. Bloke driving along in his van and his mate sitting next to him, you know, builder or something like that, and he's like, you know, oh mate, I really fancy, I'm getting fed up with this game, bleeding driving a van all over the place. I fancy a change of career. Oh yeah, John, what are you thinking of doing? Well, I don't know, I saw this thing the other day about British Airways recruiting new pilots and all that, looking for new pilots. Oh, you don't want to do any of that flying, John, it's bleeding useless, carry on building. No, I was really thinking about it. Anyway, move to the next segment. He's on the blower or whatever, you know, getting advice and all that sort of thing. Next thing you know, he's at a training school and all that. Next thing you know, he's flying a plane, and the next thing you know, he's at the entrance to an aircraft welcoming on passengers, and his mate comes on the plane. Hello, John. He said, I told you who I fly. And then it ends with the, you know, from van driver to pilot in 3 years. It can happen, you know. There you go, BA. You can have that one on me, mate. Don't need to pay some advertising company £10 million just to have a flipping meeting and a couple of idiots make some dodgy bleeding advert that's got no flipping meaning to it whatsoever. Getting the Festival of Creativity is a proper workhorse, isn't it? Raw Blue Rich, no, it doesn't cost anything if you're brought into the 100 grand to become a pilot. It's a good investment, mate, if you've got people or you can loan it. But British Airways, along with all the other airlines like Emirates, have pilot training programs. Oh, he's in a rush with the bus here, look. Oh, you Oh, dear God. Still feeding the brakes. Down at 40 knots. Back to idle. Let it roll out. Nice and comfy on the brakes. Nothing hard. No, that big jerky stuff going on. Oh, okay, well. Well, there may be other pilot training programs, yes, which I'm aware of, but I'm not sure as to the. There are, I think, a number of places for. I think they might do 2 rounds a year, certainly 1 round a year of pilot opportunities for a limited number of people. To join their pilot training program for nothing. Basically, they pay for all of your schooling and your flight training, and the way that they get their money returned in terms of the cost is by you flying for them, probably at a slightly reduced rate for a couple of years, you know, so that they get some return on their investment, which is fair. You know, they're saving you 100 grand, let's face it. Then you fly for them for like 2 or 3 years, and then hey, you could be in Dubai earning a 6-figure salary in 4 years, you know, or freight dogging it, which is what I'd like to do. Oh, that was a bit heavy, wasn't it? Would have felt that, the old front undercarriage. Oh look, it's got a little patch. Look, that's where the overwing exit slide comes out from, folks. It deploys from that panel. That panel is a serviceable panel which has to pass, you know, CAA, FAA, blah blah regulations and all that sort of thing during testing. When they I think they do that maybe on every check, maybe an A check they might do that, I don't know. I think Screaming Emu will probably be the one to answer that one, whether they do the slides. Oh, that's our transatlantic bound A321neo, folks. Jill Blakely, do you have to have so many domestic hours? Well, it's hours on type. It's not so much domestic stuff, Jill, but wow. We got another email from Steve, who flies for EasyJet. Started when he was 36, did you say? 37. Started as a pilot when he was 37, folks. Now he's 43 and never looked back, and he'll never look back. And he did his commercial training. And what was his original career? Construction. There you go. Carpenter to pilot at 37 years old. There you go. Fantastic, man. Now the thing is that, and if he's listening now, thanks mate, thanks for that email, really appreciate it. He could quite easily put his name down for it. It depends on what his current commitments are in the UK. I don't know, but personally, if I wouldn't think twice about going out to the Far East or the East. Or the Middle East, you know, the Emirates and all that kind of stuff, out to Qatar, the Gulf. Yeah, you don't have to live there for, you know, don't think that, oh blimey, I don't want to live out there. Well, you know, there's so many pilots who've gone from, my nephew as being one, sorry, my niece's husband, who went from flipping burgers at Burger King to flying with EasyJet, and then moving on to Emirates. Never looked back. He started off obviously as a first officer, then went SFO, and now he's in command of the A380 and is now a pilot training captain as well. Is that you, Dave? One of these days. Let's see if Dave actually replies. Oh. What? $350. The plastic, fantastic. This 76 might push, facing us. She will. Not a noisy start, but a bit of a... One of United's older triples. Wow, look at the rudder, man. Oh, smooth as. Pratt & Whitney's. Right, I've asked Dave, the pilot with SAS, are you flying today? I'm live. I've got about 5 SAS jets so far. Every time I'm shouting out, is that you, Dave? Just seeing if he's going to reply. I've got two blue ticks, so I know he's read it. Yeah, screaming at me, but you know, it's 40k a year, but you only have to do it for like 3 years or so. Get your hours up, and then once you've got all that those numbers under your belt, then you can go to somewhere like. Not going to do it overnight, are you? He says he's never looked back. He loves it. He loves doing what he does. Has a great lifestyle, probably. Yeah. Look at the heat out the engines, man. Look at the blast of hot air coming out the engines, man. That is insane. And that is exactly what's happening, folks. When you see the doors slide open on those engines, basically what's happening there is it's exposing these elements that blow the air outside the engine sideways, literally, almost like it's not so much blowing the air forward, it's blowing out a wall, which is literally a shock wave, which creates the braking power. Pretty amazing, eh? Learnt that from Screaming Emu and all. Melanie, I always wanted to be a meteorologist at an airport, but I wasn't good enough at physics and maths. Exactly what happened with me, Melanie. Music teaching has paid the bills. Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? Oh, look, it's angry. It's the angry man, look. Oh, is he driving around looking to have a fight with someone? Angry tractor. Actually, Jilly, I think we might have another shirt design. I think yes, the angry tractor. Yes. And then we'll just create a whole cartoon series, won't we? Might as well. Look, there he is. Look. I want to eat something. Give me something. He's got a big chin on him. Look. They're really angry. No, that's an angry face, mate. It's not. No, it's not grin. No. Yes. Yes, bottom chin sticking out. Yeah. Protrusion. Chin protrusion. I think I know what you mean. This is the Neo. Listen to this 76. Oh, it's taking us back to Anchorage. Look what Dave Earls put, Jilly. Look what Dave Earls put. The angry thing. I like that. Is it? Like Tommy Cooper. Big toe, little toe. Oh, listen to this, man. Coming at you. Your fire engine as well, Stephen. Yep, the little old one. I think Pink is a bit of a sort of like Joanna Lumley. Hello, boys. As she drives across there. No, she's got a big tassel behind her and all that, you know, with a big sort of like furry thing they wrap round their necks. Yeah, I know. Oh yes, in an adult world it would be that, but in the other one it'd be a kid's, wouldn't it? Yeah, the angry kid thing or whatever. You don't want kids going off to school scared of the trailer that's coming in. This is. Lovely old 767. Feather boa, there we go, Claire. Kansas have to. That's been on the sort of like on the cards for quite some time, doing some kind of kids thing, themed airport themed kids, sort of like, you know. The adventures of it was the adventures of Pinky and her friends at the airport, and all the different characters of which we've just found another one. We've got the little fire engine as well, and all his youngsters as well, all the young sort of like, you know, upstarts, the younger tractors, the control tower, you know, the tugs, all the big tugs. You know, got to give the old honey wagon a little bit of love as well, haven't you? The refueling rigs as well. Always drinking those things, always drinking. Tom Johnson. Good afternoon to you, Tom. Qatar 25 years old. That 767-300 and this 777's jumping straight in his nice warm. It's going to be nice and warm, isn't it, when he gates, because that 767's just come out of there, isn't he? I think. Yes, he has. It's funny how sometimes you're just waiting for, like, you know, 10 minutes before the bleeding, they bring the bridge up to the aircraft. Like, hello! Hello, we're here now. Finals, thank you, Aaron Thomas. Don't forget, folks, all of our stuff bottom left-hand side of your screen there. Flight Radar 24. I mentioned it at the beginning of the show. I don't know if how many of you saw the show from the beginning with my my new intro. Hey, hello, thank you. Boston. Yeah, it is. Liam Scott, how far do they normally put the landing gear down before landing? Well, Liam, that is actually a great question, but it is usually, I mean, there is company operating procedures, standard operating procedures, which vary between operator and operator. Whereas, you know, like for instance, Emirates, they really do monitor their pilots in terms of how. Oh, there she is. Big long legs, big long legs. Hello, boys. I'm only joking, man. I know. Like sideways with the boa like that, going left and right, you know, like around her neck and all that. Oh yeah, hello, sailor. That tug has been here literally all the time we've been here, hasn't it, Jimmy? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, at least within a sort of like, yeah, within a year of us starting Big Jet TV, I think it, you know, came along quite early. Here we go. Now these guys are not known to lay on any power for reverse thrusters. They obviously can rely purely on the main landing gear. In fact, when Airbus developed this aircraft initially, they developed it with no engine reversers because the brakes are just unbelievably powerful. 16 of the 18 wheels on the bottom of this aircraft are hydraulically braked, and each wheel probably has about 4 to 5 or even 6 discs on each wheel set, so you can imagine the braking power, which is why they decided to meet them halfway and do 2 reverses on the inboards. He's nailed that one, hasn't he? There we go. That, man. In fact, it's you know, we're so used to the Emirates and Qatar's, especially the Emirates, giving it full beans all the way down to there, like using the reverses maximum, whereas British Airways are very although the crazy thing is that I've flown on that 380 to New York, and when they landed in New York, flipping heck, didn't half give it full beans on the reversers. So whether it's just a Heathrow thing because the boss is watching or something, I don't know, they're very conservative when it comes to using the engine reverses on the 380 is the BA crews. But that was a great example to be able to hear the air being pushed out of the side of the engine, but the engines are at idle. So, but apparently the braking power from those 2 engines is at idle. Reverse is more powerful than a 707 of years gone by, when aeroplanes were a feat of engineering, for the early days, that is. But now these kind of things, like the Dreamliner, which is I nearly said Dreamlifter there, Julie. All carbon jet, man. It's a plastic aeroplane, ladies and gentlemen. Well, 60%, 70%. Penny Haskins, then like BA class. Well, Penny, sorry, business class on any BA flight is rubbish. Really? I've flown quite a few times down to Toulouse on business with BA, and always been really well looked after. I mean, it's kind of like a normal seat, a little bit more plush maybe, but it's got no centre seat, so you've always guaranteed to got a seat on your own without the person in the middle on a 3-3 config. You know, blimey, I found it all right. I've flown business on the BA 380 and enjoyed it. Found it very comfortable. It does depend on aircraft, but you're saying any BA flight, so obviously I did. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Yeah, 100%, man. Because I remember the little stowaways and pockets and stuff like that all around the seat. Yeah, definitely, 100%. No, definitely not. No, it was top deck. Oh, maybe it was Emirates, wasn't it? I haven't dreamt. No, I've definitely. Oh well, we'll have to look in. But I know the layout of it, and I've got a friend of mine who travels on it regularly with travels BA business regularly. He's never, and he travels at least every other month to New York to see his aunt, with BA. He always goes business, using his air miles and all that blah blah. God knows how he does it, but anyway. But he never complains. He's always sending pictures. Look at me with champagne, la 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 la. Yeah, Stewie, we know, man. You don't have to keep singing them every time. The same flipping thing, you know. But he's never complained. He's always very happy with it. So it's each to their own, isn't it, really? Some people have had bad experiences, which could or couldn't be helped. Can you copy and paste that to me, Julie? Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? Oh, so, well, just, is that an email, Julie? Oh, okay. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, okay. You're sending it to me, are you? Okay. So this is a message from Andy Ford. Can we get a shout out? Big fan of Big Jet TV and the Renaissance. Lynn Hogg, who sadly passed away on the 8th of this month. Andy, so sorry to hear that, mate. And you know, it's always sad when anyone passes away, but it's more special with us, you know, with people that we know through the channel. So my commiserations. And I believe Rab also had a loss the other day, I was told after the show. So commiserations to Rab, his brother, wasn't it? Yeah. And to anybody who's lost a loved one, it's never a nice thing. Been through it myself. Some people it doesn't affect, or some people it affects more than others. But for most people, not a nice thing. Right, I'm quickly going to jump. Oh, wait a minute. It's just a little bit chilly. This wind is a blow. It's a blow a little bit more sharply now. It's kind of a constant cold wind on my back. But I'm going to get this 330 first. I'm going to jump down and put me hoodie on. Kevin Jackson, you're absolutely right, mate. I mean, the bigger you are, the more exposed you are to, you know, it is funny, isn't it? People like to moan more than they do, like, say how good their experience was flying with a, wow, that's quite a heavy sink rate there on that 330. Normally they're above that lamppost, so he's quite, is this Turkish? Wow, he's early, man, he's early. But it's going to be way before the marker. Wow, look at this. Yeah. CF6s. Look at that shot there, man. Look at that shot there, folks. Hopefully that'll drop. Hopefully that'll drop. Is it going to drop? Yeah. Stand by. So that's what I've got, is it? Let's quickly get this jacket on before this. Now, folks, like I said at the beginning of the show, we're live every Sunday and every Wednesday. It's been like that since literally year zero with Big Jet TV. Used to be, yeah. Why did we switch to Sundays then, I wonder? LATAM. Yeah, right, yeah. Yes. Yeah. We've been doing this the way it is for. It's a lot more. I think there's a lot more people around on a Sunday. Saturday, some people work. I listen to these CF6s on this thing. Close your eyes and think of jumbo jet. Don't bleed in having Anchorage, all these flipping trucks and buses and cars and things. Just get the sound of the engines. I think in general, obviously there's some people that it would work better for. You know, flipping Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you know, everyone's different. But I think in general, as a whole, most people like the Sunday show. End of the week, innit? Just sit back and relax. And, you know, don't forget that with these summer nights, oh, and by the way, can we have no mention of the longest day, please, this year? Because I know it happens really quick, doesn't it? When summer, oh, it's beginning of summer. Oh yes, it's the longest day now, for 3 weeks' time. Oh, great, thanks. Here comes the plastic fantastic. Oh, bit of power up there, man. Wow, did you see that? That's the auto throttles kicking in there, folks. Because obviously she's got a bit of a headwind. So she, you know, speed is king here. Same name I've given this was given to a surfboard in California, the Plastic Fantastic. Trent XWB engine, CF6 is right at you. Oh, Melanie, last year's longest day started. My daughters arrived from Haneda. We're definitely going back to Haneda, man. Absolutely going back to Haneda. We've got Taiwan next month. Then we've got, then we're going to be getting into the, we've got the same, she comes again, look, she's a bit, look, wait for me, oh, we go, look, oh my goodness me, it's like a couple of sweets, it's like those sweets you get, you know. Come on, play as fast as I can, come on, hurry up, quickly. It's just have to be all the pinky emojis all for some of it. Captain Bob, has Emirates done a deal to rebuild the 380 or is it fake news? Where did you read that, Captain Bob? Come on. Where did you read it? Just start there and we can probably answer that quite quickly. Although there has been rumour, not rumour, but there was a story a while back that the boss of Emirates said to the boss of Airbus, basically, if you were to rebuild the Airbus, people would buy them, the 380, sorry. So, you know, that's something that's been sort of like bantered around the socials for quite some time now. Sir Tim Clark, innit? Is it Clarky from Emirates? M has gifted a channel membership. Thanks, M. Pudding. Big TV, I was up. My grandpa's watching his old plane spotting videos on a projector from the 60s. It was amazing to see DC3 Comets, DC6s, loads more. I can't remember them all. Pudding, that's fantastic, man. You should, if he's on projector, so that's got to be on film, hasn't it? He's got to get that put onto digital. He's got to get that digitized, doesn't he? You know, I'd pay for that. In fact, you know, something that you could show to the world, isn't it? There's lots of stuff like that. Beautiful Cathay Pacific 350. This is the 1000. 6 wheels on her wagon, either side. And this low slung. Oh, start up. Oh. That's the sound I get woken up with regularly of a morning, folks, when these triples start firing up to go out. Wow, that was a burbling start, man. Number 2 star. Oh wow. That's the guy who's mate, isn't it? He's 23. Yeah, he's 23. Wow, man. 23 years young. And Steve, the carpenter at EasyJet, no age restriction at EasyJet. 5 GCSEs and a lot of determination. There you go. 5 GCSEs. And there he goes. A move to the Middle East could be on the cards soon. So, mate, congratulations. You know, it's just so good to see. I mean, obviously, you know, EasyJet don't like that, do they? but they know that at least they get, I'm guessing that's what you pay for you're staying with them, I guess, for a certain amount of years. You're contractually obliged, aren't you, really, for a number of years, so they get a payback on their investment. Put you through schoolage. So see you then, bye. Dare 146. Finnair's 321 CEO. Oh, Dan Dare, yeah, he bought the little Viscount, didn't he? He bought the Viscount, the little lonely Viscount. I bought the little baby Viscount I got is lonely, too busy looking up its big brother, the Comet 4. Well, get him one then, because they do that's a 1/500th scale, isn't it? That little Viscount, tiny little thing, man. I don't know. Yeah, I think it was 500th, because let's face it, the Viscount was tiny, man. You know, really small. The early aviation was crazy. How, you know, you look at a picture of a Convair C990 or something, and it looks massive because it's got 4 engines on it, but it's no bigger than a 321. Crazy when you look at those things. In fact, I think a 321's bigger than a Convair Coronado, CV990 or whatever they were. Quality old school jets back in the old days. 707s, VC10s. Got the Viscount, of course, the Comet, really early doors. First jetliner ever to fly. All going to commercial service. Comet 4. Obviously, you know, in the early stages of aircraft development and design, there were some design flaws. Well, there was a major design flaw, of course, with the Comet, which led to it being grounded and completely scrapping all the old ones and building the new one with a different window configuration. But it wasn't actually the window; it was a hatch, I think, above in the fuselage somewhere, where the decompression started. Bronner Smith, no, they don't rotate the tyres on the big jets. It's a funny thought, though, isn't it? Wheel it wheel it into the shed. Yeah, just put the left sides on the right, mate. Would you just switch them over? It's crazy that every single maintenance thing that gets done, for example, if you go down the garage and you have new tyres put on your van or your car or whatever, you don't really document it, although you've got the receipt, you know when it was done. But I know that these tyres that are on the van right now have been on here for a good 2 years. The flipping things never wear out. Unbelievable. Chelsea Levi. Welcome, Chelsea. She's a new member. And look at that, for a bit of a... still well within the touchdown zone. So aircraft now, 252. You can set your watch by it, folks. Look at all these jets starting to come out. 380 there. She's making her way up to the line. BA777, we've got a United Dreamliner going to be first out the box, I think. They are just about to switch over from arrivals to departures. Now, you want to stick around because some of these spool ups that you're going to see, I think, are going to be pretty loud based on the fact that they've got quite a strong headwind. So that kind of requires a little bit more in the power department. You know what I mean, Governor? If you're a new member, if
if you're a new member, or if you've been gifted a membership, or you've, you know, you're an organically grown member like Chelsea there. If you've got any questions, please don't hesitate in asking, folks. All questions are worthy. Don't ever think that, oh, I don't know if I want to ask that question because it's a bit silly, isn't it? But, you know, some great questions that come from people, which, you know, we all appreciate. We've all wondered that in the past ourselves. And if I'm not able to give you an answer, oh, look at this, straight on at us. Nice. It's the shot I missed earlier with the American jet. Look at those big engines. All the engines starting, everything running nicely. 380 up on the outer taxiway. So round about in about another about another 1,000 feet in it, when you're going to start this the zone down at the far end of the runway where they all congregate is a it says on the system that you must pay close attention to your wingtips when down at that far end zone. ANCP Nolans, welcome back ANCP Nolans to first class. This is the 330 with the now this is an old CEO, this one, like the Turkish one we just saw. Watch how the undercarriage lands at the back and then bang, the front set comes down. Nice. Avianca Dreamliner. So now they're all pushing back, facing us now, folks. So we'll get some decent startups in front of us. I wonder which of those would come first. Probably that that United 76 that's tucked in there in the Star Alliance livery. This one here, I think that one's going to be the one that makes its way out. Still got starting to line up down here now. You see, this is where they need to be paying close attention to who's coming in where. Of course, air traffic control will be indicating exactly where they want them to stop and hold that position. I think there's about three inroads to the top of the runway there. One of them is full length. The other two are still full length, but a different run in, basically, so that they can store as many jets down there without cluttering up the taxiways. Nice, Rolls-Royce, open up wide. Nothing interesting. Wow, that's a light aeroplane, man. It's quite rare to see that. Wow. My flight over to Seattle was about, I'd say, probably half full. I know it sounds a bit crazy, doesn't it? I'd say it's about half full. Are you trying to find? Oh, okay, okay. John Merton. Time does fly by. Screaming. cinema, isn't it? Cinema, cinema. Yeah. You've got rain. You've got rain. Okay, stand by. I need to be ready for this. We might be lucky enough to have a little bit of a break here, just to be able to get my jacket on, my rain jacket, so I'm prepped, because I can feel a bit of a thrust front behind me, which always precedes heavy rain. So what I'll do is I'll point it off down there, because there is literally 1 minute remaining. Oh, look at this, early. Well, no, 3 o'clock on the nail, look at that. Okay, first set of GE90s. I think they are anyway. Gary Pitt, mate. He's gifted 10 channel memberships. If you look closely on the 777, it has a tilting undercarriage system. All the Boeings do, basically, apart from the 737. Nicholas Deegan. Absolutely. Precision in their planning. Could smell it, the sweet smell. Wow, look at that, look how early that is, man. Blooming heck. I'll tell you, I don't know if these US bound flights are empty or what, but blimey, that's a very early rotate for a Dreamliner, for a Dreamliner in general. They're usually way down the runway. Way. Oh, blimey. on Mike. Well, Mike. Every aircraft basically does have a winglet, apart from some old 777s, 200s that is, maybe one or two 767s around, but other than that, all these aircraft do have winglets. The only thing is that some of them are more noticeable than others. There is an example of what I call a clip wing 777-200. That's one of the early types that does not have a wingtip, device on it. Other than that, all of the aircraft that you see around here have wingtips. What you're probably not so much confused with, but asking a question of, is, as an example, here we go, look. That looks like it hasn't got a wingtip device on it, but it does. It's what's called a raked wingtip. If you Google 787 Dreamliner from underneath and then go to images, you'll see how pointy the wingtip is. And the wingtip device is the raked part right on the far end of the wing, which is fastened to the main gear, to the main wing. Sims is a returning member. Who's still there now? Sorry, Jill. Oh, is it? Wow. So it was a pretty major issue then, and something that's got to be obviously shipped in from the maintenance teams at United. Nightmare getting all those people put up overnight, Jenny. I guarantee that my hotel room is probably taken up. That's a laugh, isn't it? That's a joke, isn't it, Jeff and Mass? Have you thought about going to Anchorage? Got to spend the night. Okay, here comes that rain. Superman. Going to be quite a bit of precinct now. Now watch this for a typical long run on a Dreamliner, although there is a strong headwind, so the chances are he might go up earlier than normal. But look, see how long that run is. That's actually even shorter than normal for a Dreamliner. Oh, start up. NED or NEB? We got Neb and the crew, by the way, folks, working on that 330 to the right of us. Look at that big old lump, look. Now, you want to talk about quiet aeroplanes, listen to this, you'll hardly hear it. Well, might have just been a little bit more of a thrust setting on that one because that was quite loud compared to normal. Yeah, this is the original Airbus wingtip device, which the 380 was developed with before Airbus jumped on the whole blended wingtip. That they developed the sharklet. Paul Skidding has gifted a channel membership. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Sorry, folks. Just getting his little coat on. Oh, that's him, look, there he is, look. Sorry, there he is. The maintenance boys, yeah. Good old boy, mate. That's him and his mate, isn't it? Look, they're looking. Give it 20 seconds, give it 20 seconds. Keep looking, fellas, keep looking. Yeah, there he is, look. Brilliant. Good old boys. That's funny, man. Right, back to work, lads, back to work, because we don't want you getting fired, do we? Oi! Bleeding plane service here, mate. No, we can't. Sasha McCarthy is upgraded to first class. Well, Sasha upgrading early, and she's going to be coming to Taipei with us next month, folks. Taipei, how about that? Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Well, yeah. Oh, hopefully, yeah. Lazy sods, Alex Hill. They're off for an oily now, look. Oh, no, stop. Massive being over there, man. Yeah. What do you call it? Neutral, Pinky. Now they're going. Might get a bit of windscreen wiper action here. Look, watch. You generally know who's taking it out based on the windscreen wiper activity. Almost look like they've dropped into a bit of a sort of like an updraft. Look at the condensation on the engine intakes. 5 tons of air per second, folks, being ingested into those engines. I'm sure I saw a pair of trainers in there. Yeah. Yes. Must remember to put me bedding in the washing machine. Terrible for that thing. Oh God, I don't know. I can't remember. Every time I do it, I'm like, right, I must do this every month. It just never happens. That's what I do. I know. But that's what I do. But it's just like I just hate doing it. Such a. James is a new member. Welcome, James. First class, man. Good to see you, James. Welcome to a yeah! Go on, son! Oh, he's heavy. Ish. God, long rotate, man. Roll it on those mains. Look at that. Runway's got a decent amount of precip on it now. Might get some, yeah, we've got some condensation over the wings as well. Bit of floofage going on, look. Molecules being compressed. It's massive. It's a great science thing, that, the
the whole business of floof. Did we get Sasha McCarthy upgrading to first class as well? James, yes. James, oh okay, he was a member, he was a member, but he's had some issues with his card. There we go. Happens quite often, folks. It does happen quite often. We get to see people who appear to be new members, but they're old members that have obviously had to fix a couple of things, which, you know, like I say, happens quite often. Stop where you are, or is it still going? Soon, imagine that and check it. Sam Simpson is a returning member. Welcome back, Sam. This is the Neo. This is the new engine option. J Muse. Lovely name. We've got cats. Anyway, Jay is a brand new first class member. Welcome, Jay. Good thing you're doing that, John. I've not had any. Can only do you good to lay off the booze if you're used to drinking quite a bit. In terms of, like, you know, beer and all that. I mean, everybody's got their own. Everyone's got their own sort of like maximum levels and stuff like that they feel comfortable with. I find it amazing driving past Wetherspoons at 9:30 in the morning as people sitting outside having a pint. I just can't even fathom something like that. People go play golf. Yeah, let me meet at the airport, get there about 6 o'clock and we can start drinking. It's like flipping heck. I mean, obviously not doing it every day, are they? But it's just like, wow, really? You're that desperate that you have to get as much drink inside, alcohol inside you? It's like, you know, there should be a limit to what you can drink at an airport. That's why I'm not a big fan of flying out of Gatwick, to be perfectly honest with you. Because it's quite an early rotate as well. Look. That Dreamliner, but nothing like that American jet that went up. Lowlander! He's gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Lowlander. Egypt Air next with their big, bruising 777-300. Now you see, as she rotates, the actuator on the back of the undercarriage, the main gear, will push the back wheels up hard onto the ground. And watch for the engine intakes as she ingests all that air and just compresses all the molecules, creating all that condensation. Condensation. Working all night, you're not going to go straight down the pub and have a beer, are you? Fair play if you are.
Good luck. It's always 5 o'clock somewhere, or 12 o'clock, whatever they say. You know, my body clock when I go out to, like when I went out to Anchorage, you know, I was having a small glass of wine with me dinner, but that was doing that at that would have been the equivalent of like 3 o'clock in the morning, wouldn't it, Chilly? Maybe even later, yeah, 4 o'clock in the morning, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Because I'm somewhere else, but yeah, I see what you're saying, but if I was doing that, working a night shift, I'd want to get home and get some sleep rather than heading off down the pub, man. Anyway, you know, like I say, everyone to their own, blah blah blah. Bruce Motor, if I'm going to spend 3 hours crammed in a metal tube with no legroom, I want a drink to make it. Well, you'd have to be out of luck really if you're going to be 3 hours on a single aisle jet. I don't know where that would be to, but it's never good drinking when you go flying. I'll be honest with you. You know, if you have too much to drink, you get very dehydrated at altitude. Look at him hiding over there. Look, hey! Beverly, yeah, maybe calming the nerves of a nervous passenger, maybe I can kind of understand that, but 5 pints, you know, or whatever it is, and stuff. It's everyone to their own, each to their own. And fair play if you've got cast iron stomach and all that kind of stuff, or belly. Here we had some DC-10 dismantle. What's that? South Carolina. Come out now! Don't be shy, mate. Come on, out you come. I'll stay for a little bit longer. It's all right, mate. We're all waiting for you. No, need a little bit more time. Okay, we'll come back to you then. He's feeling a bit shy at the moment, folks. They do avionics upgrades. Wow. So that'd be avionics upgrade from DC-10 to MD-11. This is an intersection, folks. So with a C, intersection, intersecting. Always remember that bloke writing in, taking all the time to write in. Jerry, you need to understand, it's intersection, not interception. I never said it was interception. You just can't hear me properly. Jimmy Hall, who studied 8+ drinks per week associated with 8+ drinks per week. Blimey, yeah. Flipping hell. It's a lot. Wow. It all adds up. It's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah. Come on! Come on then, yes, that's it, come on! Out you come! Yeah, you're lovely, aren't you, eh? I'm just going to film this one and I'll come back to you. No, it's still too many alcohol-related bad behaviour and divers. It's terrible. 3 greens, BA's longest single-hour flight is to Oman, Jordan. 5 hours 15, 320. Three greens, that's interesting. Thank you for that, 3 greens. You see, there's 3 greens. I think 3 greens, maybe, no, 3, she's got 3 stripes, or they've got 3 stripes, sorry. BA's longest single-hour flight is to Amman, Jordan, 5 hours 15 on a single-aisle jet. Well, I wouldn't fancy that, no. I would not be but don't forget that I fly, when I do Seattle to Anchorage, that can be 4 hours, normally around about 3.5. I'll tell you what, I think we did it in 3 hours from Anchorage to Seattle this time. Very strong tailwind. And misuse of such product. You know, having a drink, having a small drink, that's fine. You know, I've never condone, I'll never promote it in any way, shape or form. But you know, just got to do everything in moderation, haven't you? And if you can handle it, you can handle it. Just remember, your body probably doesn't like it at flipping 9 o'clock in the morning. Can you dig it? Very warm welcome back. Hello Ken, everybody. Yeah, I wouldn't fancy doing that in the, well actually, that looks a bit nose heavy, doesn't it? Or it did for a little bit. Very flary, isn't it? Probably absolutely bang on though. 700 feet per minute. Wow, how quiet is that V8? 321. That's as quiet as that. That was as quiet as that E190 all day long. That's the LEAP engine versus the General Electric geared turbofan powering the E190. Very quiet today. Very low thrust setting probably. Helped on by that that headwind, I'm guessing. Kushro Alam, one of our pilots. Let me go and grab some blue tail. I've blown my nose on this bit. London contact tomorrow. No. Do it. Just say, sorry, we've been busy. Oh, I see. That what they're copying to that. Are they copying to it? Here we go. It's a classic old aeroplane, folks. Well, let's just get a message across to the guys at FR24. Just say, look, sorry, we've been busy, been away, as you know. We've got that United jet to #1, didn't we, in Anchorage? Look at this. Talking of winglets. Yeah. 11-foot tall, those winglets, folks. How crazy is that? Yeah, nice, nice. A little bit of floof over the wings. Size of her winglets now. We could get quite a decent floofage display out of this one. Here we go. See it coming off the engine splitters already, look. There it is. Oh yeah. Pressure changing over the wing. Wow, look at that. Like liquid, innit? Isn't that beautiful, man? She's going to disappear. This cloud's only, what, 500-600 feet. She's got maybe more than that, about 1,000 feet probably. But, runway inspection! Ah! It's the runway inspector. Quickly hide. What's going on here? Hey, look. It's the frame rate. Look at the frame rate change. Look at the wheels. I remember watching the old Cowboys and Indians films on a Sunday afternoon at home, and the wagon wheels would always be going the wrong way round, going backwards. Hey, hey, not me. Oh, okay, there we go. Answered. Zach, I think flight radar is kind of fixed now, isn't it? Is it? Mine was working perfectly earlier on. Oh, really? So it's putting more demand on people's computers. Wow. Feather duster, fluttering floor. child catcher, David. Propeller reversers, Gordon Freeman, yes. Distance startup. I know what that is. I know what that is. That's Air Canada. Firing up round the corner. Here comes another big triple. Qatar. Bit of a bully, this one. This one here, the one that the fella's working on with his mate. Cherry Bakewell. Ooh. I do like a cherry bakewell with a nice cup of tea on a Sunday afternoon, watching Antiques Road Trip. Trouble is, roadshow. But there is also, yeah, there is. Yeah. Something like that. I don't know, maybe there isn't. Just type it in and have a look. It might be on the BBC. Antiques Road Trip. Yes, they do. That's the one that's, it's different than Antiques Roadshow. The Antiques Roadshow is, yeah, man. Oh yeah, they've been around a long time, man. I've probably seen every show. Early rotate again. So their cost index is going to be pretty low in it. Is that the right way to say it? Certainly the climb power was intersect. Well, the fingers, you know, the ones that, you know, you buy at the bakers. You go to the bakers, you have a Bakewell slice, that's it, with the almonds on the top and all that, the jam in the middle. Ooh, stop it! Yeah. No, I don't want any of that icing stuff. No, just properly done with the jam in the middle, nice and, ooh, no. Yeah, they're not brilliant. Kipling's are not brilliant. They're not brilliant because it's like, you know, they're factory made, aren't they? Kipling's ones, so it can taste a little bit. Well, if I did Antiques Road Trip, I'd have to have somebody who I'm up against, and that would have to be Jimmy, wouldn't it? Yeah. My favourite antiques. Oh, here he comes, look. Professional. Someone that I'd get along with, probably one of the women, bit of banter and all that. Just recently flown on the Frontier jet named Woolly Bully. Excellent! Is that you, Dave? Woolly Bully. Scandinavian Airlines Systems. some people have said it as Scandinavian Airlines Services, but I always remember when I was a kid, that's one of the airlines, because I remember the old school livery. But that was, that's one of the first sort of like airline names I kind of like got to look at that. One thing I would like to do on my flight sim when I'm ready is recreate, for example, my approach into Seattle on the A330neo on Virgin Atlantic's A339, because it was quite a bumpy ride in, and we had actually it was my run into Seattle from Anchorage on the 737. We had a BA triple in front of us, and I knew that because as we landed, we had a tremendous amount of what appeared to be wake turbulence. And when we landed, I saw the BA triple taxiing, and I was on the phone to Jelly, and I said, did we have a BA 777 in front of us? She said, yes, you did. And that was the wake turbulence, man. It was pretty heavy on our 737. Yeah, I thought I'd say that. But I'm basically going to recreate it, and we can kind of run a separate pit, can't we, Jilly? Can we run more than one pit or not? In my film out of the side of the aircraft, if we sync it right, you know what I mean? Talking about about the fact that we don't have all the details of the aircraft. Do it yourself, you lazy sod. Go on Flight Radar 24 for crying out loud. Well, I'll come round and wipe your bum for you and all, yeah? I know. Jeff in Mass, it's a UK origination antiques road trip. Yeah. Sad. Jeff in Mass, Star Alliance between the two. United! Or that's a 767 sandwiched between the two triples there. I think that Star Alliance jet might be ready to go quite soon. Little CEO. I'm learning to fly on one of these in the sim. Because I'm not just about flying the aircraft, folks. I'm about literally from cold and dark when the aircraft is not powered up, starting the aircraft at gate or at a stand, getting the pushback, taxiing out to the to the runway, etc., etc. Crew bus. That was a crew bus. And then flying the aircraft, albeit on relatively short flights. I'm not into that sort of like doing long haul. Johnny, I remember, he said he used to, like, you know, he'd take off for Tokyo or something like that in the evening, and then go to bed, and then wake up in the morning with an alarm to wake him up like 40 minutes before he landed or something like that. So put it on autopilot and then go to bed. How crazy is that? But I'm not really interested in doing that. I'm more interested in doing short flights. shots, man. It's funny because Jambo in Kenyan means hello, doesn't it? But they're not keen on people calling it the Jambo jet. Wow, look at that! Look at that, man. How quick did that go up? I think that was also, that was a London City special, wasn't it? I think that also was intersecting, wasn't it? Oh, look, here she comes, look. Now, you be careful of her, mate. Don't prang her. She's our last, for now, last little bit of aviation heritage at Heathrow. Because they can't, you know, they've got nothing to talk about. Yeah. LATAM flew around the world once using Microsoft Flight Sim. Learjet 45, wow. No clue, mate. Got no background, no storyline, no nothing. Cathay Parsons is at work, Cathay. Somebody working on a bank holiday. Nice one, Cathay. Moisture in the engines, indeed. What you'll see here is these engines, when they spool up, they're ingesting 5 tons. They're ingesting 5 tons of air per second on average, these engines. So they do create their own climate inside the engine intake. Those big huge fan blades spinning at literally the speed of sound. I thought it was hello. It's happy, isn't it? This is the 777-300. Crazy numbers, folks, crazy numbers. A350-1000 and the 777, which is the longest? And by how much? Crazy number. I'll let you answer it. Look it up on Google. I think you'll find there's a very small amount in it. Big old Canadian, look. Good looking jet, man. Look at that. Love that livery. Yeah. Likely to be a 3-man crew on that jet. Yeah. Wow. See the old spoiler-ons kicking in there already with that slight crosswind that they're playing with. Beautiful, man. Big, powerful jet. number 2, here she goes. Oh, really great big long super stretch 787-10, blocking the way of the shot. She's going to have fired up by the time we get there. Here we go. Might be a bit of smoke out the back of the number 2. No, she's running. There it is. $350-1000. Anyone answered that yet? That's the blended wingtip on the 350. Oh, look at the vortex coming off the wingtip. Look at that. Get any 333s going out or 2s. Yeah, I thought it was hello. It's hello, mate. I've been to Kenya, and you know, you always say jambo, and that's hello, not happy. So Boeing 777-300, F&F check on that 767. In terms of their length, yeah, the 300ER is 242 feet 4 inches, and the A350-1000 is 242 feet and 5 inches. So 1 inch. That's crazy, isn't it? The 350-1000 is 1 inch longer than the 777-300. Not sure about 787-10 though. BEAs. Tommy Thompson. There we go, Tommy. Yeah, well, that's why the van, the platform is as high as it is. I mean, that is the roof of the van down there. Look, that's the roof of the van. I've got a two-way step system going down to it, but I'd say I'm probably 1.5 meters higher than the roof of the van. So you know, when you take into consideration not just where I'm standing, but also add another 6 foot onto that. We're up high there. Mind you, still some of the... well, is it? Okay, that's a 777 pilot there, disregarding what I said. Oh, it's this Xiong Li, is it? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, Xiong Li, I'd sooner listen to him than Simple Flying. This is a guy called Aaron Bailey who's written this article called, and it's titled, "Is an Airbus A350 bigger than a 777?" That's not just in length, but wingspan and all-up weight. We know that the 777 has a much bigger all-up weight than the A350-1000, that's for sure. But it was just one of the factoids that he's written down. I don't know where he's got it from, but he says from tip to tail, the Airbus A350-1000 is 242 feet 5 inches or 73.8 meters. in length, which is marginally longer than the 777-300ER at 242 feet, 4 inches or 73.9 metres. So that's all I'm reading, and I'd sooner take it from a 777 pilot than a journalist. So thank you, sir, for correcting me on that. That's why sometimes it's difficult, isn't it, when you're reading out news articles and you're getting some of the information wrong, because and then you learn, like I say, it's always a school day on Big Jet TV, because we've got great members who are pilots getting involved and giving us, you know, information as it comes from the flight deck. Nice 777 push for this one. Seung Hyun Lee's going to like this. 777-200 with United. Pratt & Whitney's, she won't make a lot of noise on the startup. This will be a sort of like a bit more of a muffled startup noise, a bit like the Pratt & Whitney's on the 767. These are the 4000s. This is United's only 767-300 in the Star Alliance livery. The other 767 is a 400, the Dash 400. See that big old Pratt & Whitney's up. Don't worry, we won't miss BEA, folks. Winding up is number 1. Mind you, they're anti-clock, aren't they? I think that might be the wind that's doing that. Dirty spinner there, look. Thank you, Stagtastic. I appreciate that. A710 is 68.3 metres long, which is quite a bit shorter, yeah. She looks very stretched. Maybe, yeah, that is because she's low to the ground, got a much lower undercarriage on the mind you, 777 has got a higher she stands higher than the 350 as well, which is also quite surprising, because the 350 seems to have quite spindly undercarriage, but she doesn't. She sits 777 sits higher. Rachel Dickinson, an absolute pleasure. Glad you enjoyed watching this afternoon. Hope everybody's well. And here we have our little bit of aviation heritage right here. Got the red underwing, hasn't she? Doesn't have the red overwing, because obviously back in the old days, different paint application systems. But they did have the painted upper wing on the original, certainly on the Tridents, I think. Seung Hyun Lee, you're absolutely right, mate. I've always said that the 777 is a proper workhorse, a real brute, and built like a brick house. Roger Kelp tuning in from South Australia. Late now. This is a 787-10. Look how she's a low rider, man. That's a proper run from a Dreamliner. Look how long that is, man. See the gear tilt. Seem to be enjoying both arrivals and departures. Held that number all the way throughout the show. I'll tell you what, when we're coming. Yeah, look at that. Isn't that beautiful, man? Yeah, a couple more things to iron out on the shop, folks. We soft launched it in Anchorage to our members. They should soon be getting their stuff, believe it or not. But the new store should be open. Maybe we'll do a ribbon. Should we do a ribbon ceremony, Julie? Should we do it at ARD? Yeah. Oh, funky shot. It's funky time. Don't you take me to the funky town. You take me to the funky town. Yeah, look at that. Wow. You can put all your names and numbers and information on the planes and all that kind of stuff for the lazy people, but you can't beat shots like that, can you? You don't want stuff cluttering up your screen with, you know, where it's going, what it's done, and all that wind and claptrap. That's where the we love the integration between the members and the subscribers with their information that they're bringing from Flight Radar 24, putting up information on what aircraft's going where it's coming from. Channels that haven't got a lot to say, not much integration with the channel members themselves, you know, in terms of the chat and the conversation that goes on, that you have to put all loads of stuff on your screen to keep people interested, or at least keep them there. But we don't need any of that. We've got a system and a model that works. Thank you very much. That's why we don't put any ATC on it either, because interferes with the flow of what we do, but also out of respect for our friends at NATS. You're right there. His GE's winding up, man. There's another thing that I learned in Anchorage. that the 777-200 freighters are G90-110s, not 115s. See? I think it's the passenger variant of the 777-200, the LR or the ER, that has the 115s on it. Or the other way around. So that's all into the end. Airways A380. We've got the Max. We've got the Max on there, or? Oh, okay. Well, we do. Should have set aside the game. Yeah, the other thing that the modification on the A339 that's a retrofit, but mind you how they're going to retrofit it with the is an automatic gear door opening on departure. They automatically come open as opposed to part of the gear up procedure, the arm. Weight off wheels, basically. Happens on the Dreamliner. So if you look closely, you see the main gear, look. There you go, running flat. Now watch it tilt. When they select gear up, watch the gear tilt forward. See that? That's part of the procedure. Gear door comes down with that whole sequence, but on the Dreamliner, it's automatic. The gear doors come down first. That's why. Wow, look at that. That's the gear tilt, nice and early. And here's the 339. This is one with the replacement engine slider cowl on it. Intersect. Bruce Fine's spacing seems tight. Once they're gone, they're gone. Folks, there we go. There's your belated Sunday show. Thank you to everybody who's tuned in today. Thanks once again to all those people who've gifted membership. Welcome back to our valuable members who are either renewing or coming back after a little while, or having just whatever reason it is for you coming back. It is great to see you once again, and thank you to everybody for your support. It's been great. Thanks again to Jilly for today's technical direction. She's been looking after you folks. Has Trish been there today, Jilly? Who have we had today? Okay, well, thanks to any mods who've been involved. Thank you everybody who's got in the chat, and all our pilots and all our members. And it has been great once again. It's good to be back home, folks. Get some Heathrow action inside you. Roy Van Can. See you, Pinky. Watch it. Watch all the pinkies come up now. Darren was there early. Yes, he was. I saw right early on. Yes. Thanks, Darren. Dazza. Thanks. Thanks, folks. Look after yourselves. Be good. We'll see you on Wednesday. Yeah, you've only got to wait a day. We'll be back. A day and a bit. Yeah. We'll see you on Wednesday, folks. Stay in touch via your app, and you can follow us on Twitter as well, and on Blue Sky, and of course subscribe to the channel if you fancy it. And like I said, if you're questioning membership, give it a try. You know, like I say, first class membership is just a mere $4.99, and we're very honoured to say that we've never changed that, and probably never will as well, because we appreciate what people do in terms of dipping their hands in their pockets. So you look after yourselves, and we'll catch up with you on Wednesday. All the best. See you. Bye. Ta-da.